Alrighty. Good evening, everybody. How we all doing tonight? We on a little side venture, I guess. Um, whoa.
Final fusion! 勝利
Suddenly chat's going off. Thanks for the sub there, Kuro. And what was I saying? I lost my train of thought. Right, we're on a bit of a side venture tonight. I didn't realize Alone in the Dark 2024 was so close to coming out. It's something I've been wanting to check out as a sort of general fan of horror games, and the original Alone in the Dark is basically the grandfather of the third-person horror genre. You sort of Alone in the Dark's the grandfather, and then Sweet Home is the grandmother, and then by their powers combined, we get Resident Evil and everything that leads into. Now, this is a 2024 video game on PC. My graphics card, she not so good no more. This may turn into a PNG Tuber stream. We've got full Teddy for now, but he's suppressing his power level. He's running at a restricted frame rate. If we get in game and everything falls over, we'll have to switch over to PNG Tuber. Hopefully that won't be the case, but yeah, I'm still running a 1070. That is like woefully out of date at this point. I'd love to get a new GPU, but like the prices have never gone back down after the crypto boom and then the chip shortage due to Rona-chan. GPU prices are so fucked. Alright. Anyway, Alone in the Dark. I don't know much about this one. I've played the original Alone in the Dark, the original on the PC, which I quite like. I'm not a big fan of Alone in the Dark 2 and 3. They're like direct sequels. They're a bit meh. Just don't remember the others. A New Nightmare. I think it was A New Nightmare was alright. And then there was Alone in the Dark 07, which was kind of crap but had an interesting fire mechanic. And I think that was it until now. And from what I'm aware, this is meant to be like not a remake, but like inspired by the original. But yeah, from what I've been told, the game's sort of 8 to 10 hours long. So hopefully we can knock this out in 2 streams and then get back to P3R. But yeah, I just needed to do something as a break from the ridiculous 100+ hour JRPGs we've been doing back to back. And since this is something I was interested in, I figured, why not? Now, unfortunately, we have Xbox prompts. Oh, that didn't look good. Yeah, Teddy is, even in suppressed power level mode. Oh, that's bad. Wow, and this is just on the main menu. There is a possibility it's a very poorly optimized main menu, but if the main menu is this poorly optimized, I wouldn't expect the game itself to be any more optimized. This may be a PNG Tuber stream. We'll hit new game and see how we go. But yeah, this is a Xbox and PC game, so we don't have PlayStation button prompts. So just you'll have to bear with the Xbox button prompts. I'm really hoping it doesn't have QTEs, because that'll break my brain. I don't Xbox layout at all. Hey, Zion. Yeah, we're just doing this as a break from the big boys. Oh, this is almost certainly gonna have to be a PNG Trooper stream. I'm gonna probably need to get a new GPU at this rate. They difficulty can be switched on the fly. All right, we'll start it on standard, and if it smells too easy, we'll step it up to hard. GPU prices are fucked. All the way fucked. What? Including hints and helpful highlights. Alright, we'll start on old school and see how we go. The problem is, so... The original Alone in the Dark, actually, is a perfect example, now that I think about it. Old school games, it was very obvious, like, you could very easily pick out, like, interactable objects versus, like, static background bits. I don't know if these guys have made their game well enough. It depends on how cluttered it is and how everything blurs into the background. But since we can change it on the fly if we need to, I guess we will. Alright, well, the loading screen is a lot less system intensive. Whoa! The texture popping! Oof! I suppose I am not running this on my SSD. So that might be on me there. Well, that and again, the aforementioned
your uncle.
shit GPU.
What's wrong with him?
He's possessed.
As in the devil?
Something like that. He says a dark man is following him, watching him at all times.
What do you make of it?
It's nonsense, of course, but I'd be lying if I said it didn't bother me. You see, it runs in my family.
Possession?
No, detective. Deteriorating melancholy. Practically every member of the Hartwood family is driven mad before they grow old.
But Jeremy didn't kill himself. Is that why he's at your setup?
Despite being convinced that he is truly possessed, he decided to put his last chips on Dr. Gray and his psychoanalysis, figuring he might stumble upon some cure.
You mentioned the letter.
I received a disturbing letter from Jeremy accusing the staff and all the other patients of being involved in some cult. And now they are also out to get him.
Could it be real? Or is it all just in his head?
It's a story he tells himself, Mr. Carnby. Anything to avoid the truth.
Which is?
That we're all terribly insignificant. That people mean so very little to one another. That there is no one out to get Jeremy Hartwood because he isn't worth getting.
Here we are.
definitely some parallels to the original opening sequence, though that was
My uncle's not
no
well,
story.
Mr. Hornby. I want to make sure he's all right.
Then what's my part in this? You couldn't get a cab?
I just wouldn't feel safe going alone. Did you bring a gun?
Yeah. You think it'll actually come to that?
No. But you might need to wave it around depending on how agreeable the staff will be.
What exactly are we gonna do when we find Jeremy?
I don't know. Let's just find him first.
Teddy has officially died. We are going to have to go PNG Trooper. I'm watching the, the system resources. GPU usage 100%, 100%, 100%, 99%, 100%, 100%. And it seems that, rightly so, the game takes GPU priority. Yeah. Teddy's a no-go for this one, unfortunately. Gonna have to PNG Trooper. Alright, give me a sec. That does mean you can't throw anything at me today, sorry folks. That's all gonna be offline. Alright, where's my PNG Trooper stuff? This is some really backwards ass solution for this. There it is. Hang on. I need to... crap. I hadn't thought about that. It's picking up me floor fan. It's, the way this works is less clean. Oh dear. Bother. Testing. Testing, testing. 1, 2. Yeah, dang it. It picking up the floor fan is really unfortunate. Cause I think you guys won't be hearing that. Um, but it's gonna make it look like I'm talking when I'm not talking. Cheat, that you can't. Throws aren't gonna work. You can't hear it, but it is gonna be like Teddy bouncing up and down unnecessarily. It's getting worse. What the fuck? Yeah, no, I'm tinkering with it half. Unfortunately, because I am using the the PC for this as well, I can't like not have the floor fan because the GPU's running at about 70 degrees right now. So if I turn the floor fan off, this room is going to get very hot very quickly. Dang it. This is where the bodginess of my setup starts to show. Everything's sort of patched together. Okay, how about I very aggressively uh oh, well, see, now that's too aggressively. Now it's not even picking me up at all. All right, how's that? No floor fan, but plenty of me. Again, I'm gonna sound like a madman because you guys shouldn't even be hearing the floor fan because of the way I've got the stream side set up. The PNG Trooper mode is very uh yeah. Wait, is a PNG Trooper even having to? Oh my! Oh dearie me! Uh, we we may be boned. Uh, Umo Teddy? Yeah, I've tuned the game. So what I think it is half is the way the game works. Is it's pulling the GPU on a like a priority because like logically the game should have GPU priority. Um, but because the GPU is so limited compared to like modern GPUs, like it's then like it's OBS that's chugging now. That's why even a PNG tuber is we could go Fumo tuber. Yeah, that's a good point actually. Fuck, where did I? Oh, do I even have that open? I can never remember the goddamn website for it. That's the one. Thank you. Because yeah, when I like tab out of the game, everything's fine. So I think it's the game like when the game's tabbed in, it takes uh GPU priority, which again, that's fine. That's how it should be. From like a programming standpoint. Is it the crossfade effect? All right. Gonna click on the game, and now, yeah, it. Oof. This may be a bust, folks. Uh, at least the VTuber end of things. This might not be happening. Hmm. Poor old GPU. She can't do. Um. Like the other option would be to muck with OBS settings. But I don't want to like break everything. I mean, I've got no dropped frames. The game itself should end up looking fine. Um, do we go like FumoTuber? How how hobo do we want to be here? All right, you're getting FumoTuber. Extreme hobo mode. We can't even PNG tuber. We're goddamn Fumo tuber. Oof. All right. Well, that was unfortunate. Holy balls. Uh,
Hello? Hello?
Looks abandoned.
It can't be. There has to be someone around.
Wait here. I'll go around back.
so like do I sound okay? Because my monitoring stuff is broken. Like, well, it's not broken, but it's not. Oh God, this is. We are so beyond help right now. Holy shit. Wait, did I lose audio? Hello? Hello? Game audio? Oh my God. Well, the menu should have menu bloops at the very least. Oh, the audio came back. Uh, hmm. Uh, yeah. The audio shouldn't even be being punched through the GPU. Like the rest of the memory, like my memory's fine. I'm only at about 40% memory usage and 20% CPU usage. It's just that, like, GPU usage is... Like, unless the audio was, like, waiting for, like, a call from the GPU. But, like, oddly, like, the game, performance, the game's fine. It looks good. It runs smooth. So, like, it's able to render the game fine. Very weird.
Now what do we got here?
Flashlight. Much for Alone in the Dark. We've got, wait, play.
Louisiana State Board of Private Investigator
Whoa!
Examiners grants the following license to Edward Carnby, Decatur Street, New Orleans. License number 196692-LA. Good until May 15th, 1930.
You're taking my job! You're reading the fucking fluff text! That's not fair!
Comby, why am I hearing from Gloria Allen that you got some job at the loony bin? You better not be thinking of paying her off before me. I don't want to take you for a ride, so get me my money. I'll be at the Maccabean all night if you score some dough. Obed Morton.
It's not just, like, they've not just got, like, a rando voicing...
The old plantation building was ready to fall, but kept alive by some starry-eyed carpetbagger called Dr. Gray. Seeing how the staff couldn't even be bothered with answering the door, Detective Carnby figured they would just head inside and grab Jeremy. He just needed to open the front door for Emily first, so she could talk to her uncle.
This is kind of nice. I'm going to give the game audio a little more juice. Tell me if I give it too much juice. Oh, I suppose I can, like, bring my microphone a bit closer now since we're in full hobo. Oh, actually, did I? Hang on. Save a bit of system resources. I'm just gonna, like, close out Discord entirely. Every bit of system resource we can... Mouse? You. Yeah, alright, so... We are officially at the point where if I want to stream PC games, I need a new GPU. We could maybe get away with, like, Helldivers. But, like, anything that's, like, mildly modern, we just can't do. Ugh. Well, like... Hello? Like, it is my fault, because I'm using a, like, I don't even know how old the 1070 is at this point. This is an old GPU. She was like a high-end 1070 when I got her. What? Sure.
Nah, I'm not getting in there.
Surely you're better than a 1070, Half? Like, my laptop technically is better than this GPU. It's a 3060. There is the option Wiki suggested at one point, was... play the games on my laptop and then capture my laptop's video output. So effectively, like, consoleize my PC. I could legitimately do that. It's not that scuffed as a solution as it sounds. Because it's a decent laptop. The laptop has about the same tier of CPU. Significantly less on the RAM end. So one thing keeping this PC in line is it's got a good CPU and some good RAM. The GPU's just old as balls. The other thing is, my laptop has a 1440 hertz screen. So it's actually reasonably enjoyable to play games on. Well, just so that people are aware, can I sync with it in game? So we've got running on high. It has low, medium, high, epic, cinematic. So we're on the sort of like middle setting. You know what? Yeah, that might help. We'll limit it to 60. That might. This monitor, my very nice PC monitor, is like 188 hertz or something fucking weird.
That's one big tree to fit inside a conservatory.
There is motion blur, but given the type of game, oh wow, that made a significant difference. Turning that. Okay, so I'm thinking that the unlimited FPS, I think it was just reaching for as much FPS as it could. Which, yeah, I guess, okay, it was set to unlimited FPS. The GPU usage has dropped by about 20%. It's not redlining the card anymore. So I think unlimited really is unlimited. It was just pulling for max. Well, goddamn, this is the most scuffed stream of all time. Alright, give me a second. Let's get dangerous. You'll be able to see the mouse moving. Ignore the mouse. It's not there. You didn't see it. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. Sheet walls. Where's the thing? Clip. I am the worst streamer. Where are you? Ah, there we are. That button. Ooh. Hello, hello. I am. Hello. All right. Video game active. Teddy. Whoa. Okay. We are really. Uh. We are pushing system resources. We haven't maxed out the GPU yet. He's sitting at a comfortable 95%. You guys still aren't going to be able to throw stuff, because I know from experience, tits takes about 5 to 10%. So, we're not going to push it that far, but we will at least have regular Teddy. It makes sense. Again, thinking about it makes perfect sense that, like, unlimited FPS was redlining the GPU. You'll be able to throw stuff at me when we're doing, console games again, which, you know, have no fear. We've got lots of very long JRPGs to play.
What?
The problem... I don't think so. Bear just doesn't have much physics. Just the ponytail, basically. We're a very simple VTuber here. Oh, that's health. That's a good health system. Oh, sorry for wasting your time, Serpent Ryu. It's been scuffed. Take it easy, man. I check my inventory. Anyway, booze as a healing item is always a good start to a
Mind if I
game.
do?
That's how you know we're in for some real shit. How's the game audio, by the way? So I guess it's a little hard to judge at the moment since it's intentionally being quiet.
Every day your silence weighs a little heavier. It's been a difficult year for everyone, and many have lost all hope. I read in the papers about people suffering. Pictures of dust-covered landscapes without a drop of water. I wish I knew if you were still tending the earth or if you had turned your back against us. I have started to look for help elsewhere. I pray you will tell me if I am going down a path that you find disagreeable. With help from Baptiste and Charlotte, I found comfort in the practice of the voodoo. I have long been skeptical of that Caribbean cult, but it's been of good use to me. It seems all harmless in my book. I say some words dreamt up by the Creoles, and I carry around a small pocket of gree-gree. Nothing of this is mentioned in the Bible, of course, but the French quarter priestess tells me it's all connected. She says the Christian God is just one more perspective on the creator of things. That's what I like to think, but the other way around, that the spirits of her faith are just aspects of you, our Heavenly Father. I am so grateful for the words you gave Mr. Hartwood. We will sing your praises at St. John's Eve. The world will be blessed soon again. Only the sacrifices of the Old Testament compare to your demands. Let it be the truth. A mother of earth, wood, and dirt. A mother of 1,000 young.
Sacred sand, $1. Black cat oil, $1.50. Devil shoestrings, a quarter. That makes $2.75, madame.
What was that you were telling the doctor? A goat without horns. What does that mean?
Ah, you must have misheard me, madame. I said no such thing.
Please. I know I don't look like any of you, but I'm devout. I'm ready to do what it takes.
Do not be so eager to sacrifice the few things you have left, madame. Now please, leave my store.
A goat without horns.
Mother of 1,000 young is Yog-Sothoth. That's a problem. Also the Black Goat of the Woods. So, yeah, we're just straight Lovecraftian horrors right out the gate. Oh, yeah, probably. How do I even do that? Unpin. Unpin. Aha. I do like that though, because the game isn't like. The game hasn't been like, what Lovecraftian horror explanation. It's just a case of like, I've read most of Lovecraft's works. I probably wouldn't recommend it, to be honest. If you're interested, I could probably recommend some specific stories, but his works as a whole is very hit or miss. That said, like, some of his stuff is phenomenal. Some of his stuff is utter garbage. No worries, Huff. We'll hopefully still be here unless my GPU explodes, which is a legitimate possibility. Okay, I know this is Mercaland, but is it enough bullets hanging around in a fucking madhouse? What? Why do you need so many bullets in a madhouse? There are probably dark answers to that question. I mean, there's always the classic, The Call of Cthulhu is a great place to start. Very good story. Dunwich Horror is great. Shadow over Innsmouth is fantastic. Mountains of Madness might be one of his best works. It gets a little wonky in places. Honestly, that's a good solid. Forbidden knowledge? Oh. Oh, I don't like the look of that. Rat poison plus needle plus cloth? Forbidden knowledge, a Great Depression. I see where that's going. Oh dear. Did I say Innsmouth? If I didn't, yeah, no, I did. I said Shadow over Innsmouth. Shadow over Innsmouth is one of his best. In general, game's hitting a pretty good atmosphere so far. We like it. Did we? No? Did we already go through here? I don't think we did. I like the idea of the, like, collect the lore tokens to get, extra lore. But the... I'm just heading back for a second because I think there was a... Is this where we came from? Did that all just, like, loop around in there? I think it did. Oh, there's a whole bunch more here going on. I have... seriously lost track of myself. Holy crap. Okay, hang on. There is a lot more to this place.
Please do not touch the boiler. It is working after all. While the sabotage has caused a leak, only the decorative plate has been completely ruined. Let's wait for Mr. Chance to turn up and he can take a look at the leak. Mr. Waits. Please do not...
Oh, whoa, what?
Huh.
Ask away. But, like... don't appear to be able to tinker with it. It makes thumps, but it doesn't seem to actually go.
Huh.
I guess that's just how that menu type works. Okay. I don't know if this is going to be a case of, like, is this the, Spencer estate?
I need the key.
Where we're just going to be, like, going back and forth across the grounds? So, like, obviously, the further we get into the game, then the further we can explore the extremities of the manor. Welcome back off. Okay. We got us some Jesus. A map. Always happy to have a map. Oh boy, this really is like Spencer Mansion tier. There is a lot going on. And yeah, okay, it's got different puzzle markers, which is always appreciated. Yeah, no, I always appreciate a good map that, like, rather clearly marks
Okay.
rooms of interest. The mouse pointer just wants to play today. Doesn't want to stay out the way.
Sunday, June 22nd. I spent all day looking for Jeremy. I should have cared for the others, but I'm scared that he will do something irreversible. Cassandra is upset that I didn't give her the latest shipment of pain medication that Waits brought from the post office yesterday. I would have given it to her, but the company didn't send a new key this time around, so the box is just sitting there on my desk. They must have figured we had plenty of their gimmicky keys by now. I only remember seeing one lately. Grace was playing with it inside the grand parlor. Unless it turns up by itself, it will have to wait. I have to figure out where Jeremy is. I think Jack knew something. That dog of his found a strange rot permeating the house. She's showing us, he said. Like those blots and streaks of fetid rot was talking to him.
Oh boy. Also, are we talking like 1910s pain medication? That's gonna be hardcore drugs. Yeah, like, I don't know exactly what drugs, but that's going to be very hard drugs. Well, there's all sorts of things that could be pain medications, and they'd all be, like, extremely illegal drugs. cocaine, morphine. Oh, that was a bit. Hey! The bears.
I need the key.
Okay, good. That does update that with that. Well, no, we're using alcohol as pain medication. In that particular case,
It's wedged shut.
in that particular case, it was talking about a shipment of pain medication that came in a locked box. They wouldn't ship. Are we in Prohibition? They might ship alcohol in a locked box.
Looks important.
I don't remember what year this takes place in. But I doubt it would be alcohol. I think that a locked box of pain meds to a ostensibly a medical facility. That's gonna be hardcore drugs. Extremely hardcore drugs. It will certainly work as pain medication. It will indeed null the pain. It may null the pain forever. Ooh. Poor bear. Its fur is not rendering so good on. Whoa.
What are you doing? Who are you?
Whoa, pardon me, excuse me. My name is Edward Carnby, private investigator. I hope you don't mind we let ourselves inside.
I do mind. This is private property. You can't just barge in here.
I'm sorry about all this, but I'm looking for my uncle. It's urgent, and no one was answering the door.
We can't hear you knocking anymore. None of us can.
Who is your uncle, darling?
Jeremy. Am I right? She has that Heartwood gloom, doesn't she?
That's right. I'm Emily Hartwood. I just came to make sure my uncle is all right.
Well, he is unavailable right now. You will have to come back another day.
Unavailable how? Is he sleeping? We can wait.
He's lost.
Don't I know you from somewhere?
Who's your man again, Miss Hartwood?
My name's Edward Carnby, private investigator.
Splendid.
Enough! All of you, get back to your rooms. McCarthy, keep your eyes on the child. And you two, please leave immediately.
Look, we're not here to cause any trouble. Just let us see the old man, satisfy the curiosity of my client here, and we'll be off.
Jeremy has gone missing. There's no need to worry, but it might be some time before he turns up. The whole staff is looking for him.
What? He ran off?
I don't have time for any of this. Please, come back tomorrow.
All right, in that case, we'll just wait in his room. You don't mind, do you? It's upstairs, right?
Wait, you can't.
Don't worry, we'll be discreet.
In the corridor. It's the first door on your left. I'll tell Dr. Gray you're here.
Excellent. Thank you, madam. All right, here we are.
Let's look around. See if we can dig up any clues.
I gotta admit, playing games on PC, this is something I hadn't considered before, but this is really interesting for me. The you can get a better feel for how the game ticks. So the reason Teddy started lagging there is because the game's GPU usage jumped up, because it's not doing, like, obviously it's not doing pre-rendered cutscenes, but when it's in its cutscene mode, uh, it's rendering much higher detail facial animations, which is eating more GPU usage. Whereas, like, you can see, like, the facial detail is still there during the, like, regular sequences like this, but it's not emoting or moving or animating, or at least not in the kind of, like, high fidelity way that it is during the cutscenes. It's just cool to, like, to see it chug like that. Means you get a feel for how the game is programmed. It is the kind of nerdy shit I find interesting.
Anything important I should look out for? Did he keep a diary?
Not that I know of, but it wouldn't surprise me.
I think so. The, like, some of the hair looked a bit awkward, especially that Ginger's beard, and the, like, the bear's fur. I think that's gonna be down to, like, that I'm not running it at, like, max settings, because obviously I can't. And hair is usually one of the first things to go.
Sculptures. I don't know much about modern art, but he seems dedicated.
Jeremy is a fairly well-known landscape painter in New Orleans. You've probably seen more of his work than you realize.
We should go talk to the doctor that the housekeeper mentioned.
Dr. Gray? I suppose. Let's just do a little more digging first, okay?
Sure, no rush.
Every night the dark man stands opaque at the threshold of my room.
Oop.
Every night the dark man stands opaque at the threshold of my room, counting the days until my spirit spills out of my tired shape. Only his pallid mask shelters my remaining sanity. Staring directly into the face of that demonic sultan would surely sunder time itself. Would he have looked the same to my father as he struggled for his life? Does his veiled face haunt my niece quite the same way? I wish so that I could rest my soul in that sunburnt convent of Teruya. Would I find you there, Juan? Or Senora Perosi, back from the beyond? Every night I hide from him, moving from one misshapen memory to another. Scenes conjured out of fantasy and delirium. Places I struggle to even paint. I wish I understood your death, Senora. Is there anything I could do for you but bury you in that bleak necropolis? That triumphant chapel rising above the ledges and the oven vaults shall be your sepulchre, where you may rest, and I shall weep. How did you first come to understand such things, Senora? How did you know that the battered boil in the basement would lead me to Lafayette Cemetery? Or how the old upstairs clock, with its astronomical motifs, would take me to that hateful mound outside of Claremont Harbor? Those are my memories, my past. Is there perhaps a chance, if ever so small, for me to see Teruya? Oh, I want that more than anything. Please, let my talisman take me there. Let me sit with Juan under his Bodhi tree. Despite having sold me that talisman, Miss Jackson, the voodoo priestess, revealed none of her secrets to me. That's why I had to travel to Tonka. Instead, she cruelly told Baptiste, my caretaker, that he would be betrayed and killed in the most awful way, that the one he loved would pierce his thigh with a sharp spear, and that he would be devoured by his own mother. What a terrible thing to say. The people of Desero are becoming dangerous. They do not understand what they are doing. I must do something to stop them. I tried talking to Dr. Gray, but he confuses my worries. He's caught up in treating me. How can he expect evil to be cured with medicine and conversation? The orderlies, the housekeeper, and the patients are all deranged. They will call upon evil to enter this world. All will be lost. Everything. Unless I can find the clerk, Mr. Waite. He seems to be a clear-thinking man. Maybe Beauregard. The dark man offered me a prison, and I accepted. I signed that miscarried contract and entered the dark pact. Everyone is safe, except for me.
Oh, these are probably clues. I think I will take a screenshot. There's definitely something going on there with the 358?
Hey, you know anything about this? Looks like some sort of talisman.
No, I don't. Oh, help me out here, will you?
I would kill the guy, throw some of this stuff out. I'd be crazy too if I had this much junk lying around.
Oh, wow. That's striking. I want to save this one.
The art team's definitely been working overtime on this.
All right, come on. I want to go see Dr. Gray. Come on, let's go.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Oh.
Emily?
The text and the spoken.
What's going on? Where am I?
Oh. Well. That was a cool transition, actually. That was well done. I was gonna say, the game has been surprisingly restrained. It hasn't, like, had any combat. It's just been, like, poking around the spooky manor. And then, like, that was actually, like, pretty legit transition. I'm assuming it's a result of looking at the painting that things have gotten a bit wobbly.
Zealous men with black sunstone. An ancient navigational tool found inside a cheniere along the Bayou Tonk. The old grave was uncovered by oil riggers and said to have unleashed a vagabond devil that massacred its finders.
3 numbers are needed to span a bridge between the scapes of dream and memory, according to Stein. Not where I want to be, but it's a start. 3, 5, 8.
Yeah, okay, so that matches up with the, That's something we haven't read. This. 358.
Sunday, June 22nd. I spent all day looking for Jeremy. I should have cared for the others.
Oh, no, okay, no, we had seen that, sorry. Losing my mind. House. That's some fairly regular Jesus, right? Did that? See, I don't know my Bible super well. Did they like cup Jesus's blood? I would not be surprised. There's a lot of different, like, religious stuff going on at the moment. Oh, it's a spooky boy. Well, I couldn't tell if they were... I don't think they were giving him the drink. I think they were, like, maybe... It looked like they were maybe trying to acquire the Jesus blood. Oh. We have a, like, a pouch? I can't shoot. Nothing new there.
Ah. Christ, what the hell was that?
Best kind of medicine. All right, so how's the volume now that we've got some bang shoots?
Detective Conby had seen plenty of violence before, but nothing quite like this.
That's always a good sign. I like that. Your map is no use here. Yeah, the first... So, I I don't know if that's on me, because I'm just running it off one of my, like, storage hard drives. Well, games are too big these days. I don't have enough SSD and NVMe storage. So that's certainly not helping matters. Knowing me, it's probably like a 52 RPM, 5200 RPM drive at that, so really not good for speed loading.
I can't go that way.
Hey, Iron Nitro, how's it going? Why not just put, like, carts across them?
What the hell is going on?
Ding.
I can't go that way.
Hey, Analog, how's it going? Problem is, at the moment, we're not alone in the dark. We just ran into some spooky gribblies. Credit to the game, it took like an hour to get to the spooky gribblies. That is incredible restraint for a modern video. Ooh.
Don't let them get inside, compare. They're not the good kind.
Is this your store?
There are no owners here. We both strangers in Jeremy's store.
Jeremy did this. How?
The pact with the dog man. Jeremy warned us, but we didn't think much of it.
I'm Detective Edward Carnby. I was hired by Jeremy's niece to find him.
Oh, yeah? How much she paying you?
$150.
She's sure getting her money's worth tonight. Are you a thinking man, compare?
No, not if I can help it.
You know, I think Jeremy's hiding in a way we can't find him. He has this juju necklace that guides him.
The talisman?
That's right. It's some magic charm he got from Miss Jackson down the street.
The voodoo priestess.
You know surprising things, compare. Yeah, the Mama Loa. Here, take the key. I locked the gate to save her place from all the ghouls and goblins getting inside. Maybe if you go there, you can find some clues to show you the way.
Thanks. I'll have a look.
Hey, Zeratol? Got a fleur-de-lis going on? Oh, well, opens up a place in the French Quarter. Yes, we got a fleur-de-lis going on. Fair enough. Not quite Zeratol, which is why we're doing this as a short break from big JRPGs. We will return to P3 sometime next week. Or I suppose it's technically sometime this week, since it's Monday morning now. We got some more Jesus? I think it's Mary, but that all counts as Jesus, right?
You want to come along?
Nah, I'm gonna stay here for a while.
Anything I can do for... Sorry, I didn't catch your name.
Baptiste, just tell my sister Lottie I'm alright if you see her.
All right, I'm heading out.
Be careful out there.
Funny, it reminds me a bit of, shoot, I've forgotten the guy's name. Resident Evil 2. The gun shop. Right at the start of the game. Reminds me a bit of that. Ding. Because there's more DLC still to come for Final Fantasy 16, right? That might be the kind of thing I hold off until we've got all of it out. Also, I don't know. It's something I'll have to think about. Because, like, as far as FF16 goes, I enjoyed FF16 a fair bit, but, like, it finished. I didn't really feel like it needed to expand its story at all. Oh yeah.
Okay.
How do I... Ah, it's Pipe! Slayer of God! Now we've got the anti-Jesus. Actually, I don't know if Pipe would kill Christian God, but it certainly kills Eldritch Abomination gods pretty dang well. I'm really hoping we don't have to do, like, mandatory stealth. Look, go that way. How long do you stay distracted for? Are you the kind of type that comes back, or are you the kind of type that just stays moved? Oh, whoops. Oh! Are you a boy what's all ears?
What? My weapon broke.
Yes, thank you, Captain Obvious. I love to reload during battle. Unfortunately, this looks like a regular old midnight special, which would be, small caliber, not single action army. I don't believe so, half, because this is, it's... Ooh. I don't... So it does seem to be Collective Delusion, which is definitely... Oh, maybe, but is it a delusion? Don't know. Lacking information. I don't know if this is real. That's the... Because everyone experiencing Silent Hill experiences Silent Hill differently. because of how Silent Hill works. This seems to be like, it's hard. It's Alone in the Dark. It's like the OG horror game. Alone in the Dark did Resident Evil before Resident Evil did Resident Evil. Yeah, no, it was the first 3D horror game. God, I should stream the original Alone in the Dark at some point. It's old. 1992 was the original Alone in the Dark. It'll be older than you. I don't mean that as an insult or anything, just that it is legitimately old.
I can't go that way.
It's like the original is a count the polygons game, like. Oh, can I do it from this menu? Is how he looked in the original. Because yeah, so the original looks quite, this is like, there was no, like, this is super high resolution compared to the original. But yeah, this is the original Edward Carnby from Silent Hill 92, yeah, as it says there. Was it all? Because the original had a whole bunch of different versions and ports and whatnot. So there might have been one that was like a higher poly count. Also, hey Zelda, hey Kitsune, how's it going? There was, yeah, a lot of things went down at once there. But yes, the original was definitely like eldritch horror, and thus far we've definitely been getting a lot of sniffs of eldritch horror. The original definitely inspired Resident Evil. I said at the start of the stream, the original Resident Evil is basically the child of Alone in the Dark and Sweet Home. The heavy attack for the melee is very awkward. My goodness. There's this, like, really awkward delay to it. And not in a, like, Silent Hill chunky clunky. I think part of it is just my, like, it might be the computer is, like, having difficulty rendering the game, so some of it might be on that. I'm not a big fan of the, let's have another drink. The breakable melee weapon system. Silent Hill Origin did that, and yeah, I wasn't a big fan of it there. I get it from a, like, restricting resources tension perspective, because that is, like, how the, Metal Pipe Slayer of Gods, meme came about, because the melee weapons don't consume ammunition in Silent Hill. So once you, like, boot it? Okay. There we go. I was thinking full as well, but no, we got more. Yes, the original Alone in the Dark is a bit of a fuck you. It is definitely an old school video game. If you've never played the original Alone in the Dark, you can and almost certainly will die in the first room of the game. I'm thinking we follow proper police protocol and go center of mass. Oh, twitchy body. Okay. I was like, what? Why are there sounds? Well, they need more than a double tap. I'm wondering how the resources... Something's going to come flying out of one of these doors. How the resources are balanced around using the, like, distraction stealth mechanics. Well, police procedure is center of mass.
I recognize this place. It's Miss Jackson's seance parlor. Let's see if she's got any information on Jeremy's talisman.
You're not, like, fancy shooting for the head or anything like that.
It's the talisman, like the one in the painting.
Didn't expect to find that quickly. Oh, hey, I get to do something. An old talisman shaped over centuries. The engraving of the numbers looks to be less than 100 years old, but the base could be from antiquity. The polished black sunstone in the middle has a gloss finish and occasionally gives the impression of hiding a picture within itself. Seriously, the art team has really had a field day with this one.
I think it's meant for the talisman. I think it needs numbers, like coordinates. Maybe there's something in Jeremy's notes.
Didn't I turn the hints off? You didn't even give me 2 seconds. I was trying to remember the bloody number. It was 358. That which indicates where. Ooh. Maybe it was linked up to some of the outside bits as well. Let me Yeah, okay. Are we... I took a screenshot of the thing earlier. Alright. Interesting. That has a 5 on it. Our middle one doesn't have a 5 on it. Curious. Hang on. I didn't take a screenshot of the second one, though, so... 358. But... the numbers highlighted in the red circles are 321. Alright, let me just not overthink this. Let's just... 3, 5... 8. Okay. Don't mind me.
It's showing something. A place? Where is that? Huh.
That's way back. We did see that. I was getting a little too overcomplicated with it. Which, yeah, that's normal for me.
Detective, I was wondering when you were going to show up. Mrs. Thompson told me you were here. I understand you are working for Jeremy Hartwood's niece.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, you're not wrong. We came here for her uncle. I just didn't expect... I didn't expect this. You are Dr. Gray, right?
That's right. You don't happen to have some identification, Detective. I'm not keen on having strangers prying into my business. Oh, Detective Edward Carnby, Decatur Street, New Orleans. Enjoying the Vieux Carré, Detective? Those old French quarters, the voodoo people, the gangsters. I'm sure you live an exciting life.
Well, it's not quite like the stories, Doc. Just trying to make a living.
Aren't we all making a living? Well, welcome to Deseto, Detective. I hope your time here will be useful. Now, what can I do for you?
Why don't you tell me where I can find Jeremy Hartwood?
Why wouldn't that make for a short visit? I wish I could tell you, but I'm afraid I don't know. A drink, Detective?
Anything brandy.
Oh, you do belong in the French quarters, Detective. Armagnac or cognac?
You know, just give me the cheap stuff. I'm not much of a connoisseur.
Having low standards is not a virtue, Detective. Let me see if I can broaden your perspective.
What can you tell me about Jeremy?
I wouldn't want to go into details about his condition. Doctor-patient confidentiality. I'm sure you understand.
Sure, but he is crazy, and he's gone missing. Why?
Here, try this.
Ooh, it's good. Got a bite?
It's called a sidecar. The trick is not to be afraid of the tartness of the lemon. And for goodness sake, don't overdo the triple sec.
Okay, what can you tell me about Jeremy?
Well, let me think.
So how
He is an
poisoned are
anxious
we?
man, constantly worried about events not presenting themselves according to his model of predestination. He complains about things not being carried out in the right order, and that some things simply shouldn't be. Is any of this helpful to you?
Not really. I was hoping for some direction where to look next.
I'm sorry. I have nothing for you then. You should talk to my orderlies. They have been looking for him for a while now. I'm sure they would appreciate your help.
Yeah, I ran into Batiste earlier. Come to think of it, he might have given me a lead.
Oh, excellent. So your investigation is already underway.
I'm gonna go, but I'm sure we'll meet again.
Looking forward to it. Safe returns.
You're down a whole fucking martini glass in 2 swigs. What are you, James Bond? At least savor the taste.
Detective Carnby, where did you go?
I was just talking to Dr. Gray.
You disappeared.
No, it's not what you think. Have you found anything strange going on here?
Yes. Everyone is being incredibly evasive, and I can't figure out why.
No, I mean something you can't explain. Paranormal, even.
Detective, I really need you to get yourself together. I can't do this alone.
Forget it. I'll figure it out.
Do you want to come see Dr. Gray?
No, I want to try something. With this talisman, I think I can follow Jeremy to the place he mentioned in the book. What was the name? Do you remember something Spanish? Tarawea. Yeah, that's where I need to go.
Detective? Are you gonna be alright?
Yeah, of course. Go talk to Dr. Gray. We'll rendezvous later.
The texture on the sidearm just did not bother rendering there. It just gave
This
up.
talisman brought me back from the French Quarter in the blink of an eye. If Jeremy can travel so easily, then he could be hiding anywhere, even Tarawea. If he can do it, so can I. I just need to figure out how the talisman works.
Yeah, see, its texture's loading now, but during that sequence, the gun texture's just like, nah, bruh, I'm out. It's too spooky. Well, I'm a little worried about our man here because he's not questioning his sanity when he should be. So either he's dealt with this shit before, or he's just nutty.
Well,
Ding. Ding. Okay, but straight up, we aren't nutty because we got the keys from Batiste in Spookyland, and we have the keys with us in the real world, which means that's not, oh, that's always a good touch. Well, we just used the key to open a door that was locked, so no, it's not even hallucination keys.
Paul, you're right about the plates on the boiler and the clock. They have been sabotaged, and I think I know who did it. They have something to do with Jeremy's episodes and how he seems to disappear at night. Right now, it's important that you keep an eye out for any of the pieces. I want to find out if I can repair the plates. Let me know if you find any of them. Lottie.
Tell Lottie to take a look at the well in the kitchen garden.
Who's rocking the posh British? Interesting. Hey, Nubaso, and remake isn't the right word. They've like, I don't know what the right word would be. It's starring the characters from the original game, set in the same time period, and it looks like we're dealing with like Lovecraftian nightmares, but it's definitely not the same game. Like, this madhouse that we're in is not the mansion from the original.
Dr. Elmore Lee Gray is Desetto's chief doctor. Accounting and all administrative work is handled by me, Paul Waits. Magdalena Thompson, or
Puts
Mags,
name to the voice.
is responsible for the household. Dr. Elmore Lee Gray is Desetto's chief doctor. Accounting and all administrative work is handled by me, Paul Waits. Magdalena Thompson, or Mags, is responsible for the household. Jean-Baptiste and Charlotte Tabois are responsible for keeping the guests' medical regimens in check. Finally, Jack Chance is our gardener, who can occasionally be seen in the conservatory, but is for the most part busy outside. There are currently 6 guests at Desetto. Malcolm McCarthy and Ruth Tallant reside on the first floor. Jeremy Hartwood, Elisabetta Perosi, Grace Saunders, and of course Cassandra Beauregard live on the second floor.
Who was room 6? Crap. It literally just told us. Rosie.
Saw your notice in the boiler room. You should know Mr. Chance won't be coming back. I got no business being in there myself, but you can take a valve from the wine cellar if you want to try to stop the steam pouring out. Be careful.
See ya, girl.
I need the key.
I don't know how much we'll actually need to pay attention to the lore stuff to actually progress the game. It looks like the kind of game that you could just, like, blunder through and be fairly alright. But at the same time, I enjoy taking the lore in, so... Oh, lordy. Oh, alright, folks. Get your popcorn.
Cassandra Beauregard, the beloved author. Very exciting, isn't it? What do you want to put down for reason for admission?
What her agent told us. Cassandra suffers from writer's block and needs to finish her moving picture script before the end of June. Mr. Chardot suggests Cassandra's heavy use of barbiturates is holding her back and risks ruining her career.
And how should we summarize her personal history?
Let's keep it short. Cassandra Beauregard is a beloved crime author who managed to pull herself out of poverty and into stardom. 5 years ago, she tried killing herself by jumping off a balcony. The incident left her a cripple, and now relies heavily on her wheelchair.
Alan
And
Wake?
for diagnostic impressions?
Cassandra suffers chronic back pain following her suicide attempt. She self-administers morphine to keep herself ambulant, but has become addicted.
I told
and
you
the
it was the good
desired
stuff.
effect is now lost. The drug abuse clouds her mind, and she is unable to focus on real life. To save herself from this insight, she instead makes up stories to fill out the gaps in her own thought process, resembling the Korsakoff syndrome.
Oh, bravo, Doctor. How will you treat her?
First of all, she needs to be weaned from her drug addiction, and hopefully it will resolve her compulsive lying. Then look into permanently numbing her pain in her back through surgery. Finally, deal with her suicidal thoughts.
Fantastic. With such a short time before June, I really hope she gets better soon.
We will do what we can.
It's interesting because there's a lot more in the spoken than there is in the written. Also, 1930, so that gives us a time frame, because the original game was 1920s, so we're a little up the line. I'm just trying to think. Uh, 1930 flat is still pretty good times for America.
Grace Saunders, 11 years old. Reason for admission?
The mother insists on strict supervision by a proper gentleman to avoid further perversion of Grace's adolescence.
Personal history?
Grace's family possesses modest wealth and status. Her childhood seems ordinary, spending most of her time with private teachers and family friends. Grace's father recently passed away, leaving her mother the sole caregiver.
And diagnostic impressions?
Grace has trouble dealing with her father's death. She is willingly suppressing her feelings on the matter and isn't properly acknowledging the trauma she suffered.
Any planned treatment?
Grace needs nothing out of the ordinary. She simply needs parental guidance. Eventually, we can work on her feelings toward her father.
Thank you, Doctor. I'll finish the paperwork and get her installed.
So, like, Dr. Gray would have been my initial, like, big sus target, but at least based on his paperwork, he seems to be legitimately attempting to fix his patients.
Malcolm McCarthy, 54 years of age. Reason for admission?
McCarthy admitted himself to Dorsetto, stating simply that he needs some damn rest.
And personal history?
McCarthy claims he used to work as a lawyer in Baton Rouge, but says he can't go into details because of some legal dispute. His background remains largely a mystery, except for the occasional clue that he drops in conversation.
Huh. And diagnostic impressions?
McCarthy is an anxious man and an alcoholic. He often tells half-truths due to some deep-seated inability to trust other people.
And how will you treat that?
McCarthy will take some time to open up. Spending time with Jack's dog or the child should be good for him. Their harmless nature will help build his sense of trust.
Thank you, Doctor. Elisabetta Perosi, 33 years old? What should I put down as reason for admission?
Well, Perosi broke into Dorsetto and was found wandering the grand parlor. She was confused and suffered partial amnesia. She insisted she belonged here and offered to pay for her stay.
Right. What do you make of her story?
Perosi claims to have been a member of the Astarte artist colony some 20 years ago, a claim that seems contrafactual due to her young age. She looks to be and even thinks she is 33 years of age. That would make her a child at the time. It seems fair to say that Perosi's story is untrue. deliberately so or not.
Diagnostic impressions? Do you have anything?
Perosi's story is peculiar because she retracted her story about the artist colony. She no longer claims to be the same person as Elisabetta Perosi. However, my staff's research has confirmed there was a Perosi at that time who was in her early 30s.
I suppose this case will take some time to investigate. How will you go about it?
I wanted to contact the real Perosi, but it seems the whole colony disappeared one night. September 29th, 1915, during a hurricane. I will have to take it slow and figure out what this spell of impersonation could have been.
Oh, I'm sure it will all clear up eventually. Thank you, Doctor. Ruth Talon, 29 years of age. Reason for admission?
Ruth's father wishes that his daughter be removed from New Orleans nightlife for the foreseeable future. He fears that her overly free spirit is tarnishing the family's reputation.
Sounds simple enough. Personal history?
Ruth comes from considerable wealth. Her family owns several hotels and restaurants. Unlike the rest of the family, her sense of adventure has taken her around the world, including France during the Great War as a photojournalist. The last decade, she has provoked many rumors of being a debauched flapper, bordering on nymphomania.
And diagnostic impressions?
Despite her father's frivolous reasons for her to be admitted, Ruth does seem to provide an interesting case. She is refreshingly open and doesn't shy away from talking about her life during the war or her continuous celebration after returning to the States. She is admittedly a sexual deviant and feels no remorse.
And her treatment plan?
Simply staying at Derceto should do wonders for Ruth. If not, at least for her family's reputation. Ruth doesn't need to change, but with therapy I might be able to share with her some sympathy towards her family. I doubt she will settle down and become as dull as the rest of them, but at least she might try to be more discreet in the future.
Alright, so the doctor's boning her, but also, damn, she must have been fucking young. Photojournalist during World War One. 29 years of age in 1930 question mark? I'm not quite sure. Little fuzzy on the numbers, but like late teen at most. Female photojournalist in World War One? That would have been fucking harsh.
Looks like all the patients are accounted for, except for Jeremy.
Excuse me.
There's no way I can get into this thing. Better leave it alone.
Oh. Interesting. I'm assuming we don't have the relevant clue for that yet. None of that looked like safe lock. What was the numbers on the safe anyway? That shit was weird. Let me have another look at that.
There's no way
I
can
it's
get into
just
this thing. Better leave it alone.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Fair enough.
There's no way I can get into this thing. Better leave it alone. There's no way I can get into this thing. Better leave it alone.
It'd be left, right?
There's no way I can get into this thing. Better leave it alone.
Okay. I was trying to 3, 5, 8. I wasn't expecting so much fluff. This might run longer than I'm anticipating. Oh god, what have I done? Oh! Isso Iki? Hello, Iki! Welcome, Raiders! We play spooky game. Yeah, I suspect everybody is possibly already here. How goes Space Bears? Also, bears. Was, because I left, well, basically, as I said, I was leaving. Was the sequence, shortly thereafter, like it was in the demo?
I need the key.
I'm not gonna walk out of this now. I need to help Emily save her uncle.
A little bit too modern art for my taste.
It's stained. Looks like some kind of rot. This must be the clock that Jeremy wrote about in the Commonplace book. Huh. Looks like the plate that held the talisman in the seance room. But it's broken and missing some pieces.
Right, Mr. Mouse, stay out the way. You know, if I'm ever a rich motherfucker, I want a big ass Resident Evil style mansion with these kind of like fancy bullshit. I'll be honest, even if I'm not rich, I would like to get like a, well, okay, this is a little excessive, but a nice grandfather clock would be awesome. But you're kind of supposed to inherit them, and my family doesn't have like a grandfather clock.
I need the key.
Also, hey, Aunt, how's it going? Yeah, well, like, we hit the new GPU issue again.
Yeah, sorry, Detective. Didn't mean to obstruct justice or anything.
That's fine.
You know, I'm kind of busy with my own case of a missing person. I was wondering if you've seen Grace, a girl about yay high?
I can't say that I have. Why are you asking?
Well, I'm looking for her.
Is she in trouble?
No. She's just hiding somewhere. We can't have a rascal like that running around unchecked. At a time like this, you understand?
Well, I haven't seen her.
Well, let me know if you find her. I'll be around. I'll keep an eye out for your man, Jeremy. You scratch my back, Detective, and I'll scratch yours.
What was I gonna say? Yeah, so we it defaults to unlimited frame rate. So the game was literally just using as much GPU as it could get a hold of to pump the FPS as high as it could, which was tanking everything. And then we set it to limit to 60, and everything's all right now.
Looks like everything's back to normal here.
Emily's here. Emily's here.
But why that voice? Oh, is it by the little girl? Interesting. Well, I'd have to, like, hack some tools in to get it to, like, actually tell me what FPS it's running at. But even, like, just... the way it's programmed, it's probably just, like, reaching for as much GPU resource as it can to shit out as much FPS as it can. Whereas limiting it to 60 means it has a dedicated target of, like, this is what we're aiming for. We're not trying to render more frames than that. Because, like, as I said, the game is taking GPU priority, and rightly so. The problem is everything else dies as a result of that. Sorry. Come again? Unlocks the shotgun cabinet? I thought these were just lore thingies. Also, weird tails. Nice. That's, publication that ran a bunch of Lovecraft's works. So if we're 1930... What the hell? I'm assuming that's a made-up issue, because if you've got things from, like, H.G. Wells, Jules Verne, and Edgar Allan Poe in a single issue, holy shit. Can we see if it, like... The Devil Plant? I'm not sure on that one. Amazing Stories? I'm not, I don't know if that was an actual, pulp magazine.
Huh. How eccentric.
Which one was Perosi? Is it the Flapper Girl? That was Ruth. Oh, Perosi's the one that thinks she's someone else. is holy shit balls. What a goddamn holy shit. Maybe I don't see. I don't know, like who's like published it here. I'm going to assume they already had like connections in place and then started their own magazine. Because goddamn, H.G. Wells, Jules Verne, and Edgar Allan Poe in a single issue, unless it's like reprints, maybe. Oh. Now we're getting proper puzzling.
The Astarte Artist Colony. I remember hearing about their disappearance. Must have been 15 years or more now.
See, this one I don't know. I don't know if this is something they've made up for the game or just something I'm not familiar with.
To remember how to get them out again. They are locked up for good reason. I am sure she is still able to whisper the answer in the ears of the wrong people. But not for long. I will see her burned soon enough. That black goat will be sacrificed to put an end to it all. Then it will all be over. No more Derceto, and sadly, no Astarte. Those good pirates of Pontchartrain. May you still sail the lake, until you find the shores of Hali. Will I need to remember?
Oh, hang on. We do have numbers here. I'll get out Mr. Screenshot. Uh... 10, 11, 1... Is it? Well, I mean, 10, 11, 12, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? Question mark? But I don't think those numbers are the regular order for that. I see should be 3?
What are these symbols? Looks like alchemy or star constellations.
Yeah, star constellations. All right, so we need a three-digit number. Well, it's not going to be 11, 12. What was it 10, 11, 12? I doubt it's going to be 10, 11, 12. That's going to be too easy. The 10, 11, 12 is the start of that clue.
I did it. I crossed the thresholds to my intended destination without a focusing device. My talisman now knows these roads, and I have no need for the plates. I can find my way to Lafayette as easy as I find my own room. I visited the grave of my father and seen the oven waiting for me. Thank you for opening these doors. I now must summon my courage and go back to that hateful mound outside the oil rig. I hope you'll be feeling better when I return. Jeremy.
I got to admit, so far, this game is definitely hitting for me.
Painting's got some grim-looking rot on them.
See? Okay. William, Franklin, and Nora. $294? Okay, why? Why a spooky noise? I assume I had solved it without needing the spooky noise. Okay, well, we'll try 294 on the number thingy and see where that gets us. Alright, hang on, there's my screenshot. That'll make life a lot easier. So 2 is yeesh. 9 that one. 4 that one.
Got it.
Uh-oh. Please don't. My GPU can't do the fancy mirror rendering. Yeah, I think it's supposed to be like using like the what do you call it? The ray tracing mirror rendering. But because my GPU can't do that, it's just doing doubled like character model rendering, which is why the character model is just rendering on top of the background rather than reflective ray tracing.
Huh?
That would be my guess. This place got very tasty. Yeah. That's about where my reaction is as well, friend. Ugh, indeed.
What happened? Everything's normal again? Right.
Normal, yeah. I'm quite liking what this game is putting down. It's nothing like... It's not like a fucking superstar. But like, it's... At least for me, it's definitely hitting a lot of points of interest. I really appreciate that, like, we've been mostly light on the combat.
I need the key.
The reason I keep opening the menu instead of the map is hold button press, whereas menu is tap. I keep tapping. I mean, I also, like, I like the setup it's going for so far as well with the, like, shifted worlds. And, like, it's not really explained it's shifted worlds, just that the person we're trying to find, intentionally caused the world shifting. So, like, we're here, but we're not here.
I need the key.
Also, the puzzles I like so far. Interesting. I assume we could push that ladder up against here and create a shortcut. That might be worth doing.
Lost Plantations of Louisiana, Thierry Briclot, 1917. Deseto was a small plantation on the eastern shore of Lake Pontchartrain. The land was considered difficult for industry and was sold for only $30 to Elijah Pickford in 1818. Pickford employed hundreds of workers from nearby New Orleans to clear the woods and build a small plantation mansion facing the lake with a striking Greek Revival temple facade. Deseto kept a modest production of barrique tobacco and indigo that persisted up till the Civil War. During the antebellum era, Deseto was the source of many rumors concerning voodoo and witchcraft. People who traveled the lake reported seeing people dance at night in front of bonfires, bleating and wailing. On June 17, 1862, Captain J.W. Norton of the Union Army recounts leading a raiding party from ships anchored in Lake Pontchartrain in order to seize control of Deseto and free the slaves working there. The captain was surprised to find the workers fighting back with unprecedented zeal. Norton's account describes these men and women as enraged with fanaticism. Pickford reportedly tried to placate the raiders, but was shot in the confusion. Captain Norton left the mansion burning and retreated to his ships with his men. Deseto was left in ruins for several decades. The ownership of the land was long disputed and returned to the Ledoux family in 1901. Several police reports were filed during the following years as the Ledoux tried to get rid of a camp of squatters on their land. The police made several visits to remove the trespassers, but the people kept returning. On November 1st, 1907, Inspector Legras of the police charged a deadly attack in order to save several children kidnapped by the squatters. Many were killed, and even more were jailed. The following year, Ledoux rebuilt Deseto, incorporating the surviving stone foundation and adding a magnificent wrought iron conservatory. The farmland had been reclaimed by the surrounding woods, so it was no longer profitable to use as a plantation. Instead, the house was turned into an artist's colony. The Astarte Artist Colony was a successful group of artists, including figures such as painter Heinrich Cassel and poet Nora Keith. The group was also known for their beloved Mardi Gras crew called the Pirates of Pontchartrain. On September 29, 1915, a tropical hurricane tore through Louisiana, causing Lake Pontchartrain to flood New Orleans. Due to the remote location of Derceto, it took almost 2 weeks for outsiders to learn that the artists' colony was abandoned. The 12 residing artists had all vanished without a trace. The empty mansion of Derceto still stands on the shore of Lake Pontchartrain, with much of its temple facade intact. The Ledoux family currently has no intention of repairing the house.
Legrasse is a police inspector in the Call of Cthulhu, as in the story, the Call of Cthulhu. See, I'm trying to remember. Was that? The big police raid on a. Oh, what's the cult? The one we've referred to several times here already. The goat of the black goat of the wood, the mother of 1,000 young. I think that might be what that's referring to. This is definitely a appeals to me kind of game, because I've actually read a lot of the fiction that it's referring back to. As for the original Alone in the Dark having full narration, I don't remember. I'm gonna assume that's on like a specific version, because the original release of Alone in the Dark was a floppy disk, wasn't it? Unless I'm misremembering. But yeah, when I found out all the fluff text was voice acted, I was like, hey, you're putting me out of a job. That's what I do in survival horror games. I read all the fluff text out loud. Yeah, oh. Double barrel break action. Tasty. Is the room flooding with black nasty? Wait, wasn't there something to do with the, like, ripped painting and whatnot? Yeah, we're doing 1930s Batman. See, that might not be far off the original Batman. Oh. That's a little more simple of an answer, but yeah, alright. That will indeed solve the problem.
What the hell is going on?
That's a good touch. Oh. Fucking with me, Mr. Radio?
It's wedged shut.
Yep, Mr. Radio is fucking with me. Is the tree still whispering at us? Yep. Tree is still chatty. Oh. Was that always broken? That ruins the greenhouse effect. Now, I wonder... Oh, bolt cutters, of course. I wonder if we look less bloody if we're at full health. Does alcohol clean our clothes? I mean, I guess technically.
Got it.
Ooh, kit. Hose. I was kind of expecting boo kit. I don't know what I need a hose for.
Yeah.
Boo kit is always useful, though. Can wear it on your head for a very stylish hat. Oh no! Rest in pieces, Hoff!
Huh.
I think we've got a graphics rendering issue here. I don't think that's supposed to be permanent. Wonder if the Batiste key opens up the food cupboard. Yeah, I feel like the eyes aren't meant to be like permanently on. The problem is, like, I don't know where I can fault the game, because I've got the graphics, like, turned down a bit. So, like, a bunch of that's just on me for having a shit GPU. Alright, we need a special key for the drugs. And that led into that other room that, like, pseudo-flooded, didn't it? Yeah. But what was that door locked by? Oh, something jammed under it. It's very amusing to think about the contrast in, like, my set of interests here, though. Like, on the one hand, we've been playing, like, super Japanese, like, JRPGs, and now we're playing something that's basically another thing I have a lot of interest in, like 1900s American like horror and sci-fi.
It's wedged shut.
These are very, very different things. What's up, Huff? We were talking about it the other day, and I was lamenting about the TikTok generation. I did not. I forgot about it, Wiki. I shall have to keep an eye out for it because it's got its big patch now. What am I? Okay, so we want to get back to the main area because we've got the plate for the clock. I am directionally challenged. Oh. I mean, by all means, go ahead. Yeah. I remember giving you permission to permission as in like actual permissions to like fuck with the Twitch stuff. I can't remember. Did I ever give you like back of house access to the YouTube channel as well? I can't remember if I did. I can't remember if it was just something we talked about or something that actually happened. But yeah, by all means. Bing. You wanna like fuck about with stuff and see what happens? Just let me know so I don't wake up one morning and find a whole bunch of like weird videos on my YouTube channel. Like, where the fuck did these come from? What was the? Oh, that was the safe. What's back there? Oh, let me have a look. Hang on, I got the back end open here. Where is it? Oh, yep. There is a short processing. Hopefully that doesn't like fuck around with any of the shorts settings and whatnot, because I've intentionally not fucked around with them.
I think I've seen this somewhere. There was something in the commonplace book about this.
Yes, I know. I was just trying to brute force it. I was going to say I should probably go check the clue proper. Hmm. A couple of different types of Jesus there, I think. It's a Catholic cross and a Celtic cross? Oh, I think I can see how I can solve this without... Hmm.
I think the clock broke. Or maybe it just stopped at a very precise place.
This is not Riven tier puzzles. Thank fuck. That game is a mind bender. That game's fucking evil. I will. This one's wanting to be screenshotted for sure. Like, some of the puzzles in Riven are... Fuck. This is no worries, stuff. 3, 4, 6? Well, they're doing a remake of Riven. It's just if you do stream that, like, get a guide. That game is evil. That game is actual mind abuse. Very pretty game. Like, the puzzles are very interesting. It's just fuck. Because I'm wondering if that what we just got off the clock there could potentially be the safe combination.
I need the key.
But yeah, if you publish them as private, that would be preferable. But that is locked because it's got chairs in the way. The other thing is, I just don't think anything I've done is worthy of, like, meme clips. Like Riven? Yeah. That could be interesting. Some of the evil puzzles I'm thinking about are, there's one that's audio-based, mimicking sort of an animal's cry. That one you can't really write down. I think the first game did something similar. Well, different implementation, but it had a audio-based puzzle as well with the minecart?
There's no way I can get into this thing. Better leave it alone.
Really? The problem is I don't know which one is which. Hmm.
I need the key.
Alright, hang on. Time to use the noodle. Actually, we could get back down to the basement area from a different direction. Hey, Saruatari, how's it going? That just loops around to the doctor's office, doesn't it? Yeah. I'm liking it a lot so far, but, like, so we had this discussion a little bit ago. This is actually right up my alley, just probably not in the way people are used to. But, like, I really enjoy horror games. Alone in the Dark itself has quite the provenance of, you know, being, like, the OG. But this one in particular as well is definitely leaning heavily into, like, the Lovecraftian stuff, which definitely appeals to me, as I've read most of Lovecraft's works. So I'm having a lot of moments of, like, you know, I recognize this, that, and the other. And, like, there was a bunch of, like, the weird tales and the amazing stories that were just straight up based on the real issues thereof. Is there a way back down? Yes, there was. The only real problems we've had so far, probably just on my end, technical difficulties-wise.
You know, Mr. Waits, I saw a piece of the plate that Liza broke. I think she's been hiding them. She's not very good at it. She just chucked it into the little room with all the tools behind the boiler. I left it there. I didn't want to embarrass her by picking it up while she was looking. We went upstairs instead and played backgammon. I let her win, because she's so unhappy. The piece looked like the one on display in Cassandra's room. You know about that one already, right? Or is your eyesight really that fuzzy? I hope you don't feel bad about your glasses. You only look stupid when you squint. Maybe if you had more eyes, you would see these things. I wish you had all the eyes.
No!
Your best and favorite guest, Grace.
No! 2 eyes is more than enough for everybody! Thank you!
It's another plate for the talisman. Like the other one, it's broken and missing some pieces.
But yeah, I like honestly a lot of what this game's been doing so far. Its soundtrack really works for me. I appreciate like all the lore and setup and whatnot so far. I appreciate the general level of restraint the game has shown. In it's been like spooky but not jump scare.
What are you doing in my kitchen? I assure you. No,
I'm sorry.
I promise you. Mr. Hotwood is
was just
nowhere
looking
near my
for-
kitchen, and neither should you be. Don't make me
I
kick
didn't
you
mean
out
to-
of this house.
Sorry.
Now get out.
Yeah.
Well, so much for the kitchen. I like the puzzles so far. As I said, I like a lot of like the lore and the fluff that we've been getting so far. It's hit in the right sort of ways for me because there's a lot of
I need the key.
Concerning levels of callback to Lovecraft stuff.
I need the key.
What did we just finish with the other key? What happened to
Conby
it?
was in shock, but also a little embarrassed. The housekeeper was furious to find him searching through the kitchen and had run him out of the room. There was something strange going on with her, but it didn't feel connected to the case, so he decided to stay out of her way.
Find the talisman's hidden numbers on the astronomical clock. Did we maybe not solve? Was there something like we were actually supposed to solve there? The talisman numbers hidden on the astronomical clock. 346 is what we got out of that. But I don't know where we're using those numbers. 3, I'm also not sure about. 4 was something to do with the phases of the moon, and 6 was something to do with the sun, and the, what do you call them? The star sign symbols. Well, can we just bring up the... It didn't give us, like, a picture of the clock.
I need the key.
Maybe we aren't finished with the clock yet. I'm getting ahead of myself. Oh, there's our friend the boiler room now. I will check that out later. Lot's room has the mega drugs. Drawing room's the jammed, the door jam thingy. Nothing upstairs that we could get to here, was there? Yeah, it's just locked doors. The fact that it's still listed as an objective means I think we need to, like, poke around with that clock in ways that I haven't realized. I can't, like, interact with it. It just seems to be clock. Oh. Oh. I see. Alright. Hmm. Am I overthinking this again? Probably. Is there an indicator on the outside? Oh, there is. There is indeed an indicator on the outside. 6, 4, 3.
There's a picture in the black glass. It's showing me something. It's the hallway outside Jeremy's room.
Alright. I've been going for over 3 hours, so I need to take a short break here. Spooky adventures will resume in a couple of minutes. Save? Oh, actually, good point. We have not saved at all. That's... I'm assuming it's got an autosave. Oh dear. Definitely want to be saving more often than never at all. Okay, there's no music for this. Let me see if I can... The throw won't work at the moment. I can't afford to run... hits. Too much GPU. Alright, hang on. This'll... There we go. You can have some pseudo-spoopy music. Alright, I will be back. Ooh, that's quite loud. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Alrighty. I'm back. Also, I've just realized. Hang on, I need to jiggle with some stuff. Because we moved the Fumo around earlier, it isn't where it should be. Fixed. Hey there, Ravage. How's it going? We've definitely had a bit of French jiggery pokery. Oh, I see. You were literally playing it in French. I was gonna say there's been a bit of French jiggery pokery. Anyway, right. Okay, I think everything's all good. Let me just. I'm like, why? Why is it so warm tonight? It's really not warm tonight. Uh, it's just my GPU is outputting 65 to 70 degree heat. All right, so hallway. I see. How about we don't? The map is no use here. Oh no, map is still of use here. Interesting. Maps of no use out there. That's the oil refinery. Alrighty. Interesting.
I made it. I entered another one of Jeremy's memories.
It's a decent way to get around, like, having a whole bunch of locales. Like, it means you can sort of vary things up without actually having to, like, go on a, like, location trotting adventure. You can operate out of a single madhouse.
May 1923, Monday. All okay, ready for delivery. Maintenance. Oil pump must be serviced. Any tampering causes large spills unless properly forestalled. Tuesday. Shipment delayed but delivered. Maintenance. Service bridge close to broken. Wednesday. Prospectors reluctantly agreed to show the burial mound to Mr. Hotwood, a painter, who read about our finds in the papers. He means to return tomorrow and try to find a way inside. Thursday. Mr. Hotwood's efforts delayed. The workers seemed nervous about his presence. Hotwood promised not to return to the compound. Instead, he has taken up an offer by L'Officier, the riverboat captain, who means to pilot him to the site tomorrow morning. Hopefully, that's the end, and work can resume. Maintenance. The bridge from the oil tower to the bayou has collapsed. Sabotage suspected.
This is the devil that guides us now.
Well, that sounds... Uh-huh. Indeed. See, like, I like this as a setting, sort of like Swampland Merca. It's a good horror setting.
I need the key.
That's why I quite liked Resident Evil 7. But I would not want to be here. Ooh. Lag. It's not liking having to render outdoor. Eddie's going slow-mo.
Locked.
There's a spooky boy in one of these, but these lockers don't look big enough to hold a spooky boy. Gator Country.
There's something missing.
My favorite. Need a good old hex crank. Now we're a true survival horror game. Appreciate that on the game's end. It's giving you like throwable items. Okay, now we are actually full on pistol ammo. It's giving you throwable items, just so, not at random, but like even in situations where there are no hostiles. So a throwable item does not immediately give away that you're in a hostile area. Hostiles are definitely a common, though. It's giving us a melee weapon.
Got
it. It's given us enough ammo to max out our ammo count. Something nasty this way comes. I did notice a bunch having gone up. What the fuck are you? What the fuck? Alright, drinky poo. The gator gonna try to... The ambient noise is really good. Like, you can hear something splashing around in the water, and something else is going clink on the chains, and... Pipe still has some swings in it. Hold on to that for now and sort of keep in mind. Oh, actually, I don't know, maybe it'd be better to just replace the pipe. Because we might not come back here. This isn't big manor house. Yeah. Oh, shit. I was gonna say we might be going to a point of no return. Oh boy. Bad doggy. 3 shots to kill those guys. I think it's probably more efficient to just be shooting them.
I just need something to break it.
I wonder if that costs weapon HP to do that. Oh! Shovel! Big clanker. In this scenario, probably a good weapon. Most scenarios, if you're going to use a shovel for a weapon, you're probably wanting to be using like a trench shovel. Smaller, swifter. Oh! Full on the booze. Bottoms up. I'm wondering if these openables have, like, a chance to spawn ammo or healing. And that probably modifies based on difficulty and dynamic difficulty. Ooh, an ore. I think I'll stay with the shovel, though. Okay, swamp looking unfriendly. We about to have ourselves a big ol' Royal Rumble? Oh, right, they charge. I'm wondering if that's aggroed all his buddies that were out in the swamp. I think I've been playing too much fantasy games. I thought that was a griffin at first, not an eagle. in fact a griffin disguised as an eagle. You trying to fuck with me, game? Because that feels like it's pretending to be a save room. But this game doesn't have save rooms. Yeah, there's somebody in there. Oh, item. Is that Prisoner of Ice? Is it the one I'm thinking of? There's a Lovecraft-inspired point-and-click adventure game called Prisoner of Ice. I think it's related to Shadow of the Comets? You know what? I'm curious now. Yes, Shadow of the Comet, and its sequel, Prisoner of Ice. Boom. Well, in this case, it's all based on Lovecraft's actual works rather than, like, being like a reference to the Arkham Horror board game. Oh, was it really? I did not know that. What I might do, Half, is put them all on like a say maybe like a 12-hour spawn timer, so that it doesn't like spam the channel, but it gets them all out I did not know there was a sneak button. So I usually, like, I do my own VODs on a 24-hour timer. But, like, shorts is shorts. Can we, like... Oh my. I'm kind of stuck. I don't have a melee weapon. Ooh. Rinky poo. I think I was supposed to stealth that, but like... Bang shoots got the job done. This game is meant to be like 8 to 10 hours long. I suspect it's going to end up taking me a lot longer than that because I'm taking in all the sights.
There's gotta be a way to get to the other side.
Hi. Bad puppy. On. Put that cookie down. Is that a... and then I can... Yeah, I see. That's not how that works, but yeah, that's how that's gonna work. Oh. Hey! It's Hellmeyer! Feels like home. Spent way too much time on Hellmire over the last few days.
Huh. All right. Now what?
You don't set the whole
Come on, Carnby. Wouldn't you rather fall to your death than go up in flames?
We're fucking Indiana Jones. I do not for a second believe that you could hold your own body weight on a moving sling with one arm. Did you see as well, Wiki? They gave everyone flamethrowers on Hellmire. What the fuck are they up to? Are they trying to just ignite the planet? Oh, I'm not okay with this. Not okay. I can't save. I'm not okay with this at all. He's so indigo. Know how I feel about taking on like a boss monster? The goddamn midnight special? This is not a comforting position to be in.
It's the hateful mound Jeremy talked about in his book.
It's so hateful it caused the graphics to render weirdly. I don't know if it's its lair, because that entrance, like, it wouldn't be able to get in that entrance.
Don't come any closer. I'm armed.
Get that thing out of my face.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
I'm just a detective trying to find something called Tarawea.
You're after Jeremy too? Why?
I'm working for his niece. She wants to make sure he's alright.
He might be unharmed, but far from alright. He's a curse upon Deseto.
Here we go again.
What?
I didn't think it'd be able to get in with its horns.
Oh, Christ in heaven.
Teasing us with the shotgun again. Look! Shotgun!
Reflections on the Power of the Verb in Certain Texts by Juan Luis Jorge. To act is in itself divine. Even the slightest movement of our hand is evidence of our soul in motion. Yet our free will is so easily overwhelmed by the dullness of everyday life. Our actions become rote and rigid, in spite of luxury and comfort. True divinity is found in the choice of leaving the stage where we all perform. People who discover this freedom unexpectedly will be struck by the terror of this revelation and become paralyzed, or worse, turn to suicide. However, if you are able to weather that storm, you will discover that there is a divine path beyond that fear. There is a chance to dismount your destiny and make something new. Something that hasn't been planned for or predestined. There is difficulty in explaining this type of acting as it transcends our everyday choices. This isn't some banal decision choosing one career over the other, or even who I should marry. Leaving the stage, no matter how, isn't a matter of course correction. It's a rejection of the story that the Creator is telling.
I'm wondering... I'm wondering if we're supposed to have had all the bits for the shotgun at this point? It feels like it's like, look, shotgun. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's making a big fuss about it now. I wonder if the Wendigo, I don't think the Wendigo is
It's wedged shut.
just
It worked.
Just for that area. But it does feel like maybe we get the shotgun and then we can deal with the Wendigo.
I don't think I have everything I need.
The Barlow lens. Instructions. To double the magnification of your telescope, simply fit this Barlow lens to your instrument. Then operate the fine tuners to adjust the distance between your lenses. This is easily done while looking through your eyepiece. Simply search for a position where your picture is clear and appears flat. When correctly tuned, your telescope should present a clear picture with magnificent magnification.
Oh, that's the last bit we need. Oh.
The lone and the lost walk a land of fear. When there is nothing you recognize, or no one to trust, you prepare for the worst. Something is coming, and you best be ready. Take the gun in the parlor. Give them hell.
Interesting.
What's this?
Now we're talking.
Hell yeah. Alright, we got that thingy that we can use to... There was another door that was barred to us, which we can now open via the trowel. We got a key for the cellar, and we got a key for the sitting room. Also, boomstick. Maybe we put the boomstick away while in polite company.
Huh? What?
That's okay. Hello. Oh. Needed that one. Surprise. That was well done, game. Well done. Didn't mean to waste my booze. Is that? That? I hope that was like scripted. Him going back into the room, seeing his normal, was like, oh, what the fuck? As for rip shoddy ammo, that is exactly what it is intended for. Shottying things in the face. Danger close is not the time for shoddy. I don't know when is. Oh, wait a minute, hang on. I think up the top of that staircase over there is one of the trowel doors.
wedged shut. It worked.
The way this place links up is good. It is a bit like the Spencer Mansion. This is a fun camera angle.
Detective Carnby, how good of you to come. Let me pour you a drink.
Oh god, liquid.
What happened here? This place looks like it was hit by a bomb.
Welcome to the madhouse, Detective.
Thanks. Did the ceiling just collapse?
I heard it was something in the attic, something that was supposed to happen but didn't. How that could have such consequences is beyond me. The truth is, I don't know why the room looks like this. But I bet your friend Jeremy does.
You know where I could find him?
Oh, somewhere in his past, I suppose. He keeps going on about that mysterious dark man. I think he is hiding from him. Or maybe he's with him. I can't really keep up. I don't worry much. Take a look around this room. You may think it looks spectacularly devastated, but I just think it's finally found its stride. It fits perfectly with the state of this place and its loonies. The same goes for the nonsense with Jeremy. In my eyes, we finally managed to match the wild ride inside all of us.
Well, I'm happy you find the evening so harmonious. I hope you don't mind me setting things right. Jeremy's business, that is. This room looks beyond my capabilities.
Good luck, Detective. Hope to see you again soon.
Yeah. Evening, miss.
How much liquor are we gonna slam back in this game? He needs it, don't get me wrong. When you're going on Spooky Town's wild ride, by all means, get fucking sloshed. Ah! Now, that's interesting. Because in the original game, there was a very expensive antique grand piano in the attic. Interesting. This is lembas bread? Unleavened bread? Metropolis. Is in the movie? It should be out by now. Let me double check the date on that. 1927, where at least 1930, so yes. Metropolis is indeed out by now. Us.
Can I get some more of that whiskey?
Go ahead, Detective. I don't think I can stomach any more anyway.
Am I bothering you?
On the contrary, Detective, I enjoy watching professionals at work.
Well, I better get going.
Bye now, Detective. Don't take any wooden nickels.
What the fuck? Really? Huh. That's interesting. They've like rigged up a elevator bed basically for moving patients. Huh. I can't even interact with the door. It's not even like locked, go away. It's just no.
I need the key.
We could just like drop down there. That's not even that much of a drop. But that's not how video game logic works. Oh. That finishes off that set.
As the world moved into the new decade, America was spiraling into a maelstrom of debt, drought, and death. It was called the Great Depression and ruined many families. It was a fitting name, for poverty also breeds madness through desperation. Yermi was of course no such victim, for he already witnessed the darkness within. He knew the shadow that stood on his threshold very well. It wasn't new. It was something that had always been with him.
Something just locked behind me. Oh! The drugs!
Ugh. There's more of that aggressive rot.
Concern. Oh wait, Lottie's room is where the drugs are. Give me the drugs. We definitely needs them. Dr. Jenkins lozenges. One of several medicines prescribed to the author Cassandra Beauregard. This particular bottle contains tablets said to relieve sore throats. Contains 2 vital vitamins. Uh-huh. Unfortunately, I can't, like, rotate or view these properly. Be very curious to see the ingredients list. As I said, knowing what I know of 1920s, 1930s medicine, that's going to be some very fun medicine.
On the commonplace of evil, there lies virtue and stark irreverence, careless thoughts of luminous indifference.
But blame not the beast we once were, which science so often wished to refer. Not the wicked full of sin. It is you who stand and grin. All our good intentions aside, whereupon we build our pride. Sunless solitude, follow not this corrupting light. Prophets of confidence always crashes out of sight. Hear me, for we all bear this mark. Thus we must remain alone in the dark.
Ah. Sorry, give me a second. We ain't going that way. That other one's blocked by bullshit? Yeah. Okay. Oh. Oh. That's right, the steamer trunk. I'm expecting these statues to move or be moved at some point. Something rifles.
There's something missing.
France. Who took France? Oh, come on, it's a horror game. There's gotta be something in the filled bathtub. Huh. The room is marked blue, which... Oh. Hello?
What you got there? You drawing something?
Nothing special. I'm just bored.
Do I know you from somewhere?
I remember you, Mr. Conby.
From where?
Don't touch that. Cassandra wouldn't like it. She wouldn't like it at all.
Do you know where she is?
I'd rather not talk about it. It makes me upset. Besides, she'll be back after the Feast of St. John.
You think?
Yup. It's all on the page, Mr. Conby. And many of them that sleep in the dust of the earth shall awake, some to everlasting life, and some to shame and everlasting contempt.
All right.
I'm gonna go now, if that's okay. I don't like to stay too long in the same place. Mr. McCoffey might find me.
Hey. Is he mean to you?
Not everyone needs to be saved, Mr. Conby. You should know that by now.
So this is where Cassandra Beauregard ended up. For some reason, I thought she died years ago.
Now this might be a bit of a deep reach, but
It's another one of those strange padlocks.
Has anyone here played the Colonel's Bequest?
There's more of that rot again. Like it's guiding me to do something. But what? If I find the full set of bottles, then maybe I can make something out of the stains of rot. I don't think I have everything I need.
I do wish it was a little less aggressive with the hints. I turned the hints off. The Colonel's Request is a Sierra adventure game set in, like, vaguely 1920s. set in a big old expensive swamp mansion in Merca land.
Miss Beauregard, I picked up your medicine at the post office today. As you understand, it needs to be administered by the orderlies for your safety. I've put the box in Lottie's room for now, and I'm sure she will find you as soon as possible. Mr. Waits.
One of several medicines prescribed to the author Cassandra Beauregard. This particular bottle contains an ointment for pain relief, sold as the fourth version of the company's popular recipe. Again, I wish I could find out what was in these things. These would be like mega drugs. Seven, 5. What?
The rot made the shape of a snake. There must be something important to find here. Maybe it has something to do with the numbers on the labels.
257, but I really wish you'd be less hinty about that since I put the game into non-hint mode. $257, did I say? Pisces, Gemini, Leo? Not do by memory. Never mind. By memory works fine. I'm actually really quite enjoying this. It's nothing to, like, I wouldn't be like, you gotta go play this game immediately, but, like, I'm legitimately having a good time with it. Yeah, fuck you, doll.
This must be that kid's room. Why does she seem so familiar?
The brownies. Like little people, right? don't like the dolls.
Huh.
Don't you worry, Grace. Go play your game, bleat and bellow with the others. I won't be jealous. There will be more masquerades. However, I would love it if you would finish my mask for the feast. With love, Ruth.
Oh, that was a collectible.
The medicine bottles had stains of rot on the labels, suggesting some...
Okay. Into the basement. Lovely. I do so hate basements in horror games. Okay. You behave yourself, Mr. Door. My worry with taking the, like, efficient paths across the place is that I'm gonna miss collectibles. Now, given we still, like, retain a large amount of access to everywhere, I'm gonna hope that there's not too much in the way of, like, permanently missable. I'm gonna assume there's going to be permanently missables, but hopefully there's a decent window on acquiring them and then when they go missing. Oh, I don't like basements. The irony being that I spend a chunk of my time in a cellar at work. This box. Death floor. crucifix. Why is it forsaken? It looks like a pretty regular crucifix to me. Ah. Yeah, right. Logically extend. Need to turn the power off. We turned the power off. In the basement. Won't let me turn the power back on. Alright. Say boo. I dare you. Why are you giving me a melee weapon? Well, we're still in... Oh, I see. Hello there. Click. That's interesting, though, because that means Spooky Boy's on the real world side now. For the real world is no longer safe. Hmm.
Jeremy?
What the hell is going on?
Where's the body?
Okay. Map was still working, but maybe it was Spooky Town then. Hmm. Oh, this got more complicated. I was gonna just try to do it off of, like, logical puzzle solving, but I think we pull up the reference material. Okay. That's about right. Along sort of down there-ish. Angry boiler. Yeah, 759? 579, I think, based on how this has been going. Huh? Five? 7? 9? Oh, big 9, middle 7, small 5.
Black glass is showing another room. Must be a way to another one of Jeremy's memories.
Back to the booze. A good plan. What?
Conby didn't know what to make of the grotesque vision of the dead clerk. Was he dead, or was it all fiction?
Ah. I see.
I knew it. I knew it would work. You're getting good at this, Carnby. Maybe a little too good at this.
As he said, can't read properly. On this site lies something of those. Oh, on this site lies the remains of those buried. Well, okay. The remains of a beloved person now in a better place. Don't like the bird. Very big urge to shoot the bird. I'm wondering how many chapters the game is. Because that'd probably give me a sort of decent indication for if we've made much in the way of progress, or if we're operating on bare hours.
The Hartwood's family crypt. Emily's family must have deeper roots in New Orleans than I thought. I figured she was a Yankee like me. I thought Yankee was a catch-all term for American, but maybe it had more specific meaning back then. No, what do we... There's something missing.
Thank you, genius.
What's this? Got it.
Not that it was difficult. Graveyard hiding shotgun shells usually means there's zombies about. It ain't paranoia when you're right. Okay, sledgehammer, but we still have some wax left in our pickaxe. Nap time. Alright, I might switch the pick for the sledge at this point, because we got caught out with that previously, where I was like, hold on to the breaking weapon, switch it out later, and then we got forced into a sequence where we couldn't switch it out.
Jeremy sketched this chapel in his book, so it must be important. Looks like I'll need more medallions to open it, though. I don't think I have everything I need.
I gotta do it all at once, fair enough. It's not like we're operating on Resident Evil logic. We have unlimited inventory space. Definitely an American graveyard. It's full of bullets. Alright, assholes. Let's play. That's annoying. Twitchy boy sort of in the next sector. So he's just gonna sit there twitching and making sounds till I can get out there and deal with him. Feel bad. The game wants me to stealth so badly, but I just keep smashing things with my melee weapon. If the game had like a stealth takedown, that might make where was that? Hang on. Oh, that's new. Take with the scooch there, friend. There was a spare melee weapon all the way back here. I'll have that. Alright, there was another boy in there, though. I hear you. Alright, out of melee weapon. Was that new boss? Ah, shit. I didn't notice it was the Molotov variety of whoosh boss. Could have had some Hellmeyer.
It's blocked.
I guess we could have just gone for the big old scooch. I'm hearing the happy noises, but I'm not seeing the happy faces. Am I really inspecting coffins? Oh boy. Okay. Uh-oh. I see. You actually gonna come out and play, though? Because if not, like, you can just stay in there, buddy. Oh, that was creepy as fuck, actually. He just fucking walked off into the darkness. That's more spooky than actually fighting the monster. I'm trying to, like, Toro them into the fire, but this is not a good fire. Whee! Alright, boys. Boom. Ooh, I need a bit of a drinky poo. Did we... hang on. That's where we went dune. Ah, Big Angry came out of here. Knocked over the fiery thing on his way out. Sanitary. Yeah, I can see that. Yummy. Probably should use LP stalls. Oh. Game's like, I heard you had ammo. It would be a shame if something happened to it. This is a problem. No melee, no bullets. Lots of guys. Oh my god, alright.
Too many of them. I gotta get out of here.
Unfortunately, that means I just wasted all those bullets. This was a meant to hustle section. Cranky Poo. Oh, feels bad, man. You waste a ton of supplies pointlessly. I wonder if there was something, like, secret hidden in there. Huh, that's strange. I don't know why that would happen. I'll have that. Thank you.
Here.
Anyone else wants to, donate some more ammunition? Could certainly do with some bullet.
Thank God that's over.
You fucker. I think we're going backwards, though. Pretty sure this is backwards. Maybe it's not backwards. Oh, bother. This was locked off to us earlier. This is a problem with no map. Gotta navigate via points of interest.
This doesn't look good.
Oh. Speaking of points of interest. Dead author. I'm guessing we may be meant to be here after we do the puzzle at the church. I don't know if it's a case of, like,
That can't be right.
But I didn't think it was. It just stopped me doing the puzzle. What?
Please don't touch her. Jeremy. What are you doing here? Everyone's looking for you.
I know, it's all a big mess. No one understands. I'm just trying to keep evil at bay. Just for a little while longer.
You've got to come back with me. Your niece is waiting at Tercero.
Emily? Why would you... My letter. I keep making it worse.
What is going on, Jeremy? How is any of this happening?
I made a terrible promise with some...
The Dark Man. Who is he?
No, don't say his name. He can hear us. He's always listening.
Jeremy, I need to understand what is going on.
I promised him everything. When the sun rises, I will be chained in his sunken desert temple for an eternity. But at least the evil about to awaken and to settle won't harm anyone outside of that cursed place.
You're acting crazy, Jeremy. I want to help.
There's nothing you can do.
And what's all the business about Tarawea? Why did you want to go there?
I can't go there. Not allowed.
But you wanted to. Can I go? Tell me, will it help me to break your pact? Is there something there that would help?
Why would you give me hope? That's so cruel.
Okay. Sounds like we're onto something here. What should I...
Look out! Behind you! Run! Don't let him take you!
Oh, clunk. Curious about the dead writer, though. That we didn't Sorry, clicking wrong things. Dang it.
I've seen so many strange occurrences lately. Memories explode into existence and then burn out like tired glass bulb filaments. Dreamscapes crash down from the stars and sink into the sea. Doors that lead to nowhere and absolutely everywhere at once. With all this reverie, I want to think there's a chance that you found a way to remain alive in some way I cannot fathom. Just like I've learned to navigate with my talisman. Maybe you, with all your knowledge, you somehow knew a way to find me again. Perhaps in Tarawea. All my love, Jeremy.
Ah. Again, dead author. What was that about?
She's dead. No matter how she died, she looks peaceful now.
That was the shit. So the room with the wheelchair. Which room was that? Because I suspect Cassandra's room. Physically kinda match up to the Ball of Madness.
The Astarte Artist Colony. I remember hearing about their disappearance. Must have been 15 years or more now.
Wants me to open his steamer trunk, but can I not do that right now and go check something else? Interesting. So we saw the wheelchair and the corpse. But we couldn't do anything, I don't think. Ah! Lens for the telescope.
A telescope lens. Why would he lock that up?
Look for answers in the star. Oh, Christ. He didn't really pick up anything new, I don't think, either, so... Oh, I think... all we've got... is the telescope? I don't think we have anything else available to us right now. Give me a second. Save the game, that's a good point. I'm just thinking we may need to stop soon. I might see where this line of inquiry leads with the where's the drawing room? The drawing room. See where this line of inquiry leads with the telescope, and then unless that sends us on a giant story sequence, that might be where we stop for today. Nobody up here. Nobody up here. Interesting. I just noticed Lot's room is still red. Means there's still business in there. Oh. Huh. Well. That radio is gonna do something stupid at some point. We don't appear to be able to, like, aim it much. What was the description on the... Search a position where your picture is clear and appear flat. Okay, so we're trying to, like, line up all the dots, I guess? There's not, like, 3D scoping? I don't think so. Oh, the radio is doing its best to try to jump scare us. I'm just not certain what I'm actually supposed to be doing. Oh! It's on the same stick.
Whoa.
That was kind of annoying. Oh. Hi? How's it going, boys? How's about that research, eh? Oh, these ones don't have rotationals? Okay, that makes this a lot easier then. Hole one. Way up. Well, now the puzzle's just solving
What's
itself.
going on? It's dialing in something all on its own and it's showing the way to another memory? Where is that?
I guess because there's nothing to attach it to here. That was the dining room, but like, it's just over the way, but I also said I was gonna stop. Ah! Bullets reloaded. Interesting. Didn't mean to... Well, I guess it's not a waste, but I didn't mean to do that.
Here we go.
I'm a coming, Jesus! Oh. It's Jesus!
I'm glad to see you made it. I had my doubts.
Jesus!
But the hope you instilled has yet abandoned me.
I guess this must be Tarawea. Who are you?
My name is Juan Luis Jorge, and this is indeed the convent of Tarawea. You'll have to excuse me, but Yermi never got your name.
The name's Edward Carnby. I'm a private investigator. You're not a patient, are you?
No. I'm the author of a book that Yermi once found important.
How does that work? Are you part of this memory as well? Is this even a memory?
I think calling me a manifestation of Yermi's subconscious would be more correct. And so is the convent of Tarawea. I'm a man Yermi has never met, and we are in a place that he has never been.
Okay. So are you here to guide me or something?
I have no more purpose than you do. I simply am. I will happily help you, of course, if I'm able.
If you are already somehow part of Jeremy, why did he want to come here? Isn't he sort of here already?
Jeremy wanted to come here because it's a representation of his mind at peace. When Dr. Gray asks him to find his focus during his sessions, this far-flung convent is what Jeremy imagines. He is under the impression that if he could physically come here, he would reach a perfect equanimity. A spiritual apotheosis.
You don't think it would work?
Jeremy subconsciously knows it's just wishful thinking. He can't come here. Despite the pathways opened by the dark man between their Seto and Jeremy's psyche, it's simply not possible.
But I'm here.
Indeed. It's a shame it's just another place for you, Detective. Otherwise, you could have become a Buddha.
Always a bridesmaid, never a blushing bride. Am I right?
Yes, I suppose so. You'll have to chase enlightenment elsewhere.
So what's the next best thing? What can I do here?
You should seek out the convent library and try to find the truth about Jeremy's relationship with the Dark Man. It's the sort of knowledge he represses and is unable to reflect on.
Will it tell me how to break the pact?
Perhaps. At least you'll have something to confront Jeremy with.
Wait, why can't you just tell me?
I don't know such things. You'd be better off consulting the text of Dr. Freud if you want such answers.
No thanks, I hate shrinks.
There is another thing you should know about the library. He is here as well. The Dark Man has been working his way through the text for a long, long time.
He's here? How am I supposed to get past him?
Be careful, Detective.
Oh, jeez, just perfect.
Hey, Fab, how's it going? Unfortunately, very bad timing. I'm probably about to finish up after talking to Jesus for a few minutes.
You have any advice on how to deal with the Dark Man?
I suppose suppression could work. Try not to pay him any attention.
I know you said Jeremy's never been here, but does this place exist in real life?
I think it's supposed to be Mexico. But I am not certain of Tarahuella's origin.
See, it is Jesus.
Well, good to meet you, Juan. I'm going in.
May the gods be with you, Edward de Vilban.
Ah, it won't let us. We cannot shoot Jesus. Not that we'd want to waste the bullets anyway, not after that last disaster of a bullet sink. I'm actually really enjoying this, I'll be honest. I wasn't... I didn't know what to expect. But this has come out real good. I'm actually enjoying this quite a lot so far. Yeah, I guess I can punt y'all over to Ina in a second. What was I gonna say? I'll be back tonight at regular time-ish, and we'll try to finish the game. I think it's meant to be 5 chapters, and we're up to chapter 3. So the plan will be to finish this tonight. Yeah, especially as I'm actually enjoying this a fair bit. I'm really glad. I really didn't know what to expect, but it's really doing it for me so far, which is nice. Okay, this is how I do this, right? Yep, there we go. Yeah. For now, that is all. Thanks for watching, everyone, and hopefully, I'll see you all next time.
Bye-bye.